Oh. Ah.
you I'm Joan Rivers. My nickname is Joan Rivers.
Tomodachi Life is a game about really bizarre moments. You can make a me that looks like Joan Rivers, put her in an apartment, then witness her dream where she's a pastry talking to a pile of peanuts. Just when you think the game can't possibly get any weirder, it does. But unfortunately, there isn't much to dig into beneath the game's odd surface, and amusement quickly turns to boredom.
Peanuts. No.
Everything centers on Miis, which you can either create from scratch or transfer over from the 3DS Mii Maker. Once you have a Mii, Tomodachi Life lets you give it a voice and a personality. There's enough flexibility for each Mii to be endearing in some way. We created a Reggie lookalike that sounds like a robot from hell and acts like an arrogant jerk. You just can't say that sentence about any other game. Once a Mii has been customized, they're shuffled over to an apartment where they spend the majority of their time. Miis entertain themselves, get part-time jobs, and develop interest in other Miis almost entirely on their own. But they still want you around for things like food and new clothing. Every Mii has his or her own tastes, and it's largely trial and error figuring out what they like. One Mii might have an affinity for pancakes and straw hats, while another devours steaks and loves safari outfits. Each time you fulfill a need for a Mii, they give you money which you use to purchase food, clothing, etc. The happier you make a Mii, the more money they give, which never stops being strange. You'll quickly tire of constantly helping, however, since the tasks are almost always dull. For example, Miis often want to play a game with you, but these games are so straightforward that they aren't even enjoyable the first time. The worst one is football, where you repeatedly tap the touchscreen to force a Mii's athlete outside of a circle, sumo wrestling style. It's so mindlessly easy that it's almost impossible to lose. Playing these distractions once or twice is tolerable, but you're asked to do them over and over again. As you feed, clothe, and entertain Miis, you'll gain experience and eventually level up. When this happens, you'll get to teach them a song, teach them a phrase, change the interior of the apartment, give them a gift, or provide them with spending money. Having a Mii perform a song can be hilarious. You decide the type of musical number you want a Mii to sing, such as a rock and roll jam or a melancholic ballad, and can then customize every lyric. There's nothing like having one of your unwitting Miis sing a heavy metal epic about apocalyptic destruction while a crew of backup dancers headbangs away.
Sports ravage, genocide, circling dark, still baffling. What's wrong with your best? Green blonde,
Sadly, not all of the rewards are that great. While you can spice up a Mii's apartment with a new interior, the game takes an all-or-nothing approach. You can't put individual pieces of furniture in an apartment, nor can you customize wallpaper or flooring separately. Instead, you simply choose a style from a list, such as polka dot or modern Asian, and everything changes all at once. Mii's only offer generic reactions to each new interior. They either like it or they don't, making the switch feel uneventful.
Getting a new interior is so exciting.
Outside of the apartments, there are other happenings around the island that really give Tomodachi Life a distinct tone. At a certain time of day, for instance, your Miis will gather to engage in a rap battle. And the more elaborate you get when making Miis, the more entertaining the battles are. Seeing a Mii that bears a striking resemblance to Hank Hill spit rhymes against another Mii that looks like Dr. Eggman is as amusing as it sounds. Tomodachi Life's strongest aspect is it thrives off creativity and immaturity, but the game's best moments are scrunched between monotonous and shallow caretaking. Miis can also become friends or lovers with other Miis, but it's easily the most disappointing aspect of the game. When a Mii shows interest in someone else as a friend, they'll ask if they should pursue the relationship. There's not much involved when the two meet though, since you don't even get a real conversation. They just pantomime in front of each other without any actual words, so when they decide to become pals, it isn't very convincing. What do they like about each other? What do they have in common? You'll never know, because it's so far outside of your control, it's hard to care about who buddies up with whom. Romantic relationships offer a bit more, like getting to see Miis go to different places during a first date, but the same problem remains. It's just too simple. The pervasive sense of quirkiness in Tomodachi Life works, but can't sustain the entire game. It's the type of thing that'll make you laugh for a few hours, and then you'll never want to pick it up again, since it isn't worth the effort of endlessly doing the same tasks. Sometimes weird isn't enough.
If I will savage death to all the sheep, I will feast on your flesh. The waiter.
There's a rebellious energy to Sunset Overdrive that's hard not to admire. The environment is drenched in neon, filled with explosions, and features fleshy orange monsters that explode into thick goo upon death. It's easy to get lost in the insanity and enjoy the ride, but as fun as a visit to Sunset City can be, severe persistent problems such as flat humor, undercooked characters, and a toothless challenge keep the game from truly lifting off.
Hey, so I've been thinking, we got all these different factions around the city. Maybe the OD aren't the only ones who change. Seems like the survivors are changing who they are too.
Traversal is Sunset Overdrive's biggest and best aspect. Instead of hoofing it around on foot or jacking a car to get to a desired location, you assume the role of a supernatural skateboarder. The entire world is your playground, since virtually every railing, telephone line, and fence can be grinded on. Everything else acts as a trampoline, thrusting you upward. While grinding and bouncing are the two foundations of movement, other methods provide even more utility, some of which are unlocked throughout the story. You can run on any wall, glide across water, air dash, and even launch into the air after a ground slam. All of these abilities can be effortlessly chained together to the point where it's possible to soar from one end of the city to the other without ever touching the ground. Simply getting from point A to B is thrilling and harkens back to a very specific kind of Tony Hawk don't drop the combo satisfaction.
Don't tell him I'm working on it. I want it to be a surprise.
While zipping and hopping around is a pleasure all its own, it's also essential during fights. On the ground, your character is so slow that you're practically welcoming death with open arms. Sticking to the skies is the most effective way of keeping the swarms of zombie-like monsters, bandits, and hostile robots at bay. It's not just survival that'll dictate how you play. A style meter encourages players to not only grind and bounce around, but to also constantly switch between the two while shooting. The meter has 4 different sections that each offer a reward as style is built up. At level 1, hero amps kick in that allow for small benefits like having your ground roll emit a blue wave that damages enemies. Level 2 triggers weapon amps that can make your arsenal more potent. For instance, you can have the high fidelity gun, which shoots vinyl records, stun enemies as well. Reaching level 3 on the style meter is where things really start to get crazy. Epic amps come into play, and these provide powerful bonuses like having each bounce emit an explosion within a certain radius. Level 4 causes all equipped amps to jump into overdrive, making them even stronger.
Hey, buddy. See you in hell.
As you would expect from Insomniac, creative weaponry adds to the appeal. The Dude fires flaming bowling balls, while the TN Teddy launches explosive stuffed bears. Not all of the weapons carry that inventive spark, but there's definitely enough of it present. The problem is that once you get decent at building up the style meter, the game just sort of rolls over for you. As soon as the various amps take effect, you're so incredibly mighty that it's almost impossible for anything to touch you. Compounding the issue is that the game generously dishes out health. In the unlikely event that you do die, there's zero punishment. You simply spring back up and continue forward. We spent most of Sunset Overdrive waiting for a challenge that never came. Even the final boss is a pushover, to the point where we were surprised it was the last obstacle. This could have been remedied by different difficulty settings, but Sunset Overdrive takes a one-size-fits-all approach and suffers for it.
I love this game.
At least Chaos Squad, the game's online multiplayer, can put up a fight. You and 7 other players complete short challenges in a specific part of the city, with all of it leading up to a Defend the Fort style mission. Every challenge generates something the game calls chaos, and the more chaos your team builds up before the end, the harder it will be. To ease the difficulty, you can select challenges that reward the team with buffs during the climactic holdout. You can also pick challenges that generate less chaos, making things easier, but the goodies at the end will be less substantial.
Assuming the Sunset team tonight.
Regardless of what you choose, the final mission is nuts. Things are ridiculous when it's just one person, but with 8 people blasting away at dozens of enemies, it's pure bedlam. At first, it's so overwhelming that it can be hard to discern what's going on, but eventually, you'll learn how to function in the explosions, thunderstorms, acid showers, and fireworks. Impressively, the game's performance never buckles, and the frame rate remains solid during our time with both the single and multiplayer. Yet for all of its strengths, Chaos Squad struggles to remain interesting. It doesn't take long for the same or similar types of challenges to repeat, draining you feel. Defending yourself in the final mission is also similar every time. Despite how hectic it is, it only stays exciting for so long.
Yay! You didn't have any trouble, did you?
Another more crippling flaw with Sunset Overdrive comes from its story and characters. Fizco, a large corporation, has poisoned Sunset City with its energy drink Overcharge, which turns people into mutants. You and others met along the way are trying to escape the madness.
Not yet.
I have to let go now.
having such a thin plot isn't the issue, but rather, what is there isn't presented well. Characters are thrown in haphazardly with little to no purpose other than to have you fetch or kill something. Even worse, nearly every character is a stereotype of some sort or another. There's a redneck with a thick accent, a group of live-action role players that speak like they're stuck in medieval times, and preppy Ivy League kids more interested in their phones than anything else. Every element is so disparate that the end result is just a mess. The humor always seems to take the most predictable path, which gets more grating as time goes on. The game is so constantly in your face with its attitude that it often feels forced and insincere. Some conversations are a little more than an assortment of strung together bad jokes.
Ah, fuck, that's good.
There are moments where it works. Your character can exude an awkward charm, and a kid in the story later on is genuinely clever, but these times are too few and far between. At the end, when Sunset Overdrive very clearly tries to summon your enthusiasm for its characters, it's depressing how little it has to draw from.
Come on, boo-boo. Margaret's looking for you.
There's a lot of greatness within Sunset Overdrive, but it's obfuscated by a lack of difficulty and an aggravating tone. Ultimately, it's worth dealing with the game's worst moments to enjoy the many things it does get right. When you're darting around the world like a ninja in a denim jacket, there's nothing quite like it. If there is a next time for Sunset City, and hopefully there is, maybe things will come together more smoothly than they have here. Itching for an old-school Castlevania romp? Intrigued by the recent randomness of Spelunky and FTL? Enjoy flatulence and genealogy? Then Rogue Legacy is right in your wheelhouse. For you see, this legacy bequeaths a randomized castle with multiple
Smells like
zones and
victory.
bosses that will have you waving your sword at floating flaming skulls and haunted portraits until you succumb to death. When you do, an heir will inherit your gear and gold to carry on the quest, and you'll keep playing. The glittering coinage is the heart, soul, and DNA used to buy stat increases, classes, weapons, and armor, as well as magical runes that grant abilities like double jumping. But you can't just sit and amass a fortune as your lineage piles up corpses at the castle. Re-entry has a steep fee, and a gradual inflation keeps prices escalating, creating a fine-tuned bell curve of struggling growth. When traps and monsters become overly familiar, you'll find yourself venturing into forests, mines, and towers in search of better loot and blueprints to kit yourself out, as you have your ass handed to you by new threats. The dungeon rooms jigsaw nicely together with randomized layouts offering plenty of big halls and tight antechambers. After a few deaths, it's easy to get a feel for the floors, but enemy layout can keep you on your toes hours in. Platforming is paramount to success as you navigate spiked floors, indestructible traps, and enough projectiles to induce bullet hell PTSD. Bosses in particular like to lay down covering fire in that queasy space between a readable pattern and a seemingly indiscriminate fusillade, making you second-guess your safe spots and leap for last-second dodges. Rarer rooms will ask you to perform specific goals in order to open chests, or may contain mini-bosses, mini-games, journal entries, developer Easter eggs, or perhaps even a boon or a curse. But wear the mantle of the hedgehog, for it weighs heavily on the shoulders of the adventurer. Rogue Legacy's real gimmick is the hereditary factor, where your heirs have random traits that range from the banality of baldness, a speed increase from ADHD, or world-flipping vertigo. We say gimmick here mainly because after you do a run as a colorblind dwarf and squint at the blurry mess as a far-sighted paladin, the jokes get a little stale, and optimization of the current run takes over with a preference to what class and abilities will be most useful. Don't like your brood's current offerings? Just die and try again. There are seemingly no real genetic patterns reflected in the offspring, making your next hero as random as the dungeon he or she will explore. There's certainly some funny stuff, and some particulars that interact with the dungeons, like small secret passages only dwarves can fit through, but these character quirks take a back seat fairly quickly. Likewise, the RPG elements only really play out in the prologue of each dungeon expedition. The platforming and swashbuckling here go beyond serviceable, with skill-driven abilities such as a powerful downward thrust that allows you to pogo foes to death. Your heroes, however, will generally gravitate towards similar weapons and runes despite their random class traits. though your predilection for health increases or magical prowess will certainly influence your choice of heir. As you become more powerful and gather more equipment, some interesting combos can emerge, further reinforcing the game's beat you down to build you up approach. Rogue Legacy gives a fresh take on old thoughts, plays well with the keyboard and better on a controller, and stands strong even if some of its own biggest traits are ever so slightly underdeveloped. Superbly designed and balanced, this game rides the line of frustration and fun to deliver that one more go feel that will have every barbarian king and queen roaring a battle cry, then gearing up to take on that ancient evil one more time. Ratchet & Clank Into the Nexus walks a narrow line as a sequel. It feels like you expect a Ratchet & Clank game to feel with the same exceptional weapons, enticing upgrades, and charming characters. Yet Into the Nexus also constantly surprises, with a ton of new ideas that are never overused. It opens with Ratchet & Clank transporting the space witch Vendra Prague to prison. The ship is attacked by Vendra's brother, Neftin, who's trying to free his sister from captivity.
2, 1, mark. Whoops.
Vendra makes for a likable villain, since she's not just evil for the sake of being evil. Like Ratchet, Vendra simply wants to be reunited with her species and has found a devious way to do so. The story never gets too wrapped up in itself, inserting humor at the right moments and giving you enough to get invested.
Better get to the containment wing and make sure Vendra's locks are still engaged.
The jailbreak is an impressive opening that sets the tone for the rest of the game. Within the first 30 minutes, you're using the grav leap to stick to the ceiling and walls, dodging asteroids outside of the ship, and fighting off dozens of invading thugs. After Vendra's escape, Into the Nexus keeps throwing you into different situations. One of your most prominent tools, the grav tether, lets you create pink beams at designated points that float you from one place to another, and you'll have to correctly orient multiple tethers to reach a desired goal. These sections certainly aren't terribly taxing on the mind, but they work well as something to break up regular fights. Into the Nexus never lingers on any one idea for too long, and you'll want to keep playing just to see the next thing. You'll fight in an alien coliseum, race against rising poisonous water, and use Clank in gravity-shifting mini-levels that always end with you fleeing from a monster. This parade of ever-changing scenarios complements the standard but still great Ratchet & Clank combat that's bolstered by several creative additions. The Nether Beast lets you call forth a giant ethereal creature that chomps away with massive teeth, and the Winter Riser plays Christmas music as you transform victims into adorable snowmen. As with other games in the series, the arsenal is playful, surprising, and effective. The most significant problem with Into the Nexus is that the final level shows up abruptly, causing the story to feel a little rushed. Those wanting to extend the game's 5-hour length can pursue typical side objectives like hunting for collectibles in exchange for money,
Oh, thank you kindly, friend.
or taking on the more difficult challenges at the Coliseum. Released during the launch of the PlayStation 4, Into the Nexus will likely live in the shadow of a new console, but it deserves far better. As likely the last Ratchet & Clank game on the PS3, the series could hardly ask for a better send-off. Four years ago, Double Fine let us save Halloween from the infernal Grubbins and other forces of evil by donning powerful, awesome costumes and traveling beyond space and imagination. They've picked up right where they left off, this time bending the rules of time travel to threaten the neighborhood, along with the past, present, and future of our heroes Reynold and Ren. It's Halloween, and there's another costume quest. What more do you need? The new villain, Oral White DDS, coerces the Keepers of Time into letting him steal a sacred talisman he uses to rule the world. Or a couple of blocks, at least. The brother-sister team has to chase Oral back and forth, meeting old characters in the future and making new ones in the past. As expected, the writing can be pretty charming, sometimes hilarious. You can click through dialogue scenes and skip cinemas too, if you're really in a hurry. Costume Quest 2, like the first game, is almost split in half. Part of the time you're navigating isometric environments, talking to locals, picking up candy, and solving puzzles. The other, larger portion of the game is turn-based combat, where you can swap out costumes like classes, and precise timing is rewarded. There are a lot of funny characters to meet, and the story does a good job of not requiring you to hunt blindly for quest objectives, but during combat you're going to spend more time issuing attack commands than you probably want to. You can succeed following button prompts on both offense and defense, so the system is never automated, but your options are simple. You can attack twice if your timing is good, unleash a special attack if its meter is full, or drop a collectible card that'll change up the dynamics of the fight by reflecting enemy damage or doubling healing effects. You can purchase these, maps of each area, and one-time upgrades for each costume. Although they get repetitive, the battle animations are funny. Anyone stuck in the candy corn costume is completely ineffectual in combat and isn't afraid to talk about it. The hot dog costume is pretty bizarre, and the clown might be the most disturbing healer we've had in our party in a while. To wrap up the story in about 6 hours, there are 12 costumes to try on and 27 cards to collect. Whether you can handle the grind or not, Costume Quest 2 is a shallow game. It's also an amusing celebration of this sacred holiday that you may find yourself replaying next year. If there's still time before the sun rises on November 1st, you may not regret buying this game.
Champion returns.
Far Cry is about freedom, the battle for a country's freedom against a maniacal king, and the gameplay freedom to do what you want, when you want. The series is known for inviting you to create big stunts and explosions, and in Far Cry 4, they're available in great abundance.
Your mother knew exactly what would happen once you showed up here in Kirat. The son of Mohan Ghale returning to the war-torn land of his birth. Ishwari was a smart woman.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
On this trek, you assume the role of AJ Gale, a grieving son returning to his mother's homeland, Kirat, bringing her ashes to a final resting place. Before his final stop, AJ is kidnapped by the king, a sadistic wisecracker named Pagan Min. After escaping into the hands of a group of freedom fighters named the Golden Path, AJ takes up their cause, raiding outposts, liberating radio towers, and finding other ways to make his dead parents proud. At certain points, the story splits between the two leaders of the Golden Path, Anita and Sabal. Choosing one of their missions cancels out the other and affects certain missions down the road.
The right choice was obvious, brother.
The story has an interesting setup, but you never see the main characters outside of cutscenes. So no matter how close they get to you or how passionately they plead their cause, it's hard to get attached to the natives. Pagan has a lot of wit and his actions are shocking, but he sits on the sidelines through most of the narrative and isn't someone to necessarily fear.
RJ, my boy, are you busy? You don't mind me calling, do you? Fantastic. You really are an excellent listener.
What gives the game weight is the intimidating size of the world and the number of varied activities you can engage in. Far Cry 4 is huge. Not only are there a ton of trials to track down, distractions frequently pop up, like animals attacking, outposts getting sieged, enemy convoys passing by, and karma events which gradually unlock skills and weapons. Scrambling up bell towers clears areas on the map, and outposts let you fast travel and stock up on gear. The snow-capped peaks can only be reached later in the story, but a few of these let you stretch your wingsuit and navigate the trenches of the Himalayas. Grappling points are provided so you can scale to certain heights, and some darker areas can only be accessed by dropping in from above. If you enjoy other Ubisoft map-revealing open-world campaigns, the proceedings are just as addicting here. Outposts are varied enough to require cautious planning if you're going solo, and you get a flyby of new locations whenever you turn on a radio tower, teasing you to check them out. There's always more combat options available than necessary, whether you want to toss in some bait and scatter your targets with an animal attack, go big with explosives to eliminate bigger targets, or level up takedown skills so no one will ever know you were even there. The local DJ that broadcasts rants against pagan men will get more excited about your exploits as you take over the region, and the royal announcements grow amusingly hostile.
Great move, you guys. Yeah, way to pick on the little guys. That sucks, you know?
Vehicles are plentiful in Karat, and flying options like gyrocopters and hang gliders are placed in convenient locations. The default driving controls are set to the left analog stick for both steering and accelerating, but you can change it in the options. It's designed to let you shoot from your vehicle as you dodge trees and traffic, and it's mostly successful. Once you learn the layout and capture enough fast travel points, you can get anywhere on the map quickly if you're looking to finish a few races, compete in the arena, or just open some chests. You can also click on auto drive and take the slow but steady route, as long as you stay out of danger.
Apologize for the Spartan accommodations, but you have been a naughty little shit, haven't you? Gallivanting about the golden path.
The ultimate prize is Pagan Min and 3 of his generals, each hiding out in a fort that can be weakened by completing campaign missions. These are much bigger than outposts and much easier if you assault them with a second player. Unlike the lackluster 4-player side campaign of the previous game, Far Cry 4 lets you team up with a single partner in the main story. The second in command is Herc, who can join AJ at any point on the map. Whoever hosts as AJ moves forward in the campaign, while Herc can grab XP, guns, and loot while contributing to the havoc on screen. Co-op cuts completion time in half. A well-coordinated pair can breeze through the map requirements a lot faster, charging into outposts with elephants or copters, blowing up the countryside, and reviving each other when they're overwhelmed. If it makes the game too easy, you can dial up the difficulty setting. On PlayStation systems, you can also send out a limited number of keys to Karat that friends without the game can use to join you in co-op for 2 hours, in case someone you know needs convincing. If you prefer competitive multiplayer, there are 3 modes that pit the militant members of the Golden Path against the stealthier Rakshasa warriors. Outpost has one side defending an arena while other attacks it, Demon Mask challenges players to retrieve items and return them to their base, and Propaganda involves destroying 3 broadcasting points before the enemy can stop you. The map editor is back, letting you customize your own battleground or peruse others created by the community. The Rakshasa's stealth abilities can be a little frustrating when on the receiving end, and Versus is not as big of a sell as co-op given the game's structure, but some of the user-created maps are worth checking out.
But first, let's have a little peace pipe where we hash out the details. You're into this sort of thing, right?
Every Far Cry weaves in supernatural demons or drug-induced nightmares, and Far Cry 4 has both. Collecting scrolls your father kept in your old home transports AJ to the realm of Shangri-La to live the life of a fabled hero. The spiritual journeys give you a bow that can slow time and a tiger that can cloak and attack anyone you target. These chapters are good distractions if you space them out, and the temples you sneak through have some gorgeous views. If you'd like to explore other ways to expand your consciousness, quest givers Reggie and Yogi will inject you with all sorts of weird chemicals and then watch the explosive results. These trips are not nearly as elaborate as the hallucinations from Far Cry 3, but they're just one of the quests you can sign up for.
I love this game.
Go forth into all the world and proclaim the gospel to the whole of creation!
Far Cry 4 will enchant you with its lush forests, scenic vistas, and hostile wildlife, but it's the mission and combat variety that'll keep you exploring. You're bound to have a few gameplay oddities manifest themselves, as Kyrat is a complex open world with many moving parts. But load times are rather pleasant, and the textures and lighting are really impressive. It doesn't take a lot of risks with the Far Cry formula, but once we enlisted, we couldn't rest until the people of Kyrat were free of tyranny. And all the icons on the map were checked off.
Living the dream, come on, punch it in! Oh!
Assimilation of subject's consciousness. Initial symptoms, sharp pain and brainstem that's centered on insertion point. Over time, degradation of the ego generates strong suicidal tendencies. They lose who they are, but not me. Something keeps me from staying completely within.
Not content with the growing trend of action recently plaguing survival horror games, Shinji Mikami, the creator of Resident Evil, has returned to the genre he helped define nearly 2 decades ago. The Evil Within is a love letter to fans tired of explosions and eager for a more intimate horror experience. The tale starts with Detective Sebastian Castellanos and his partners responding to a call at Beacon Mental Hospital. They arrive at the grisly scene to find police and hospital staff horribly mutilated, and then their insanity begins. Bizarre and disturbing creatures appear frequently to torment Sebastian, including uniquely terrifying boss encounters. The pacing is pitch perfect, with a majority of sections focusing on stealth and exploration, while other moments engage you in frantic enemy encounters. There's a real sense of discovery, and despite being on the run to survive, you can't help but stop to take in each surprising location.
There can be no mistake. This one is compatible.
Gameplay retains some of the fundamentals of Mikami's past games. Ammo is precious and not to be wasted. Aiming for effective headshots leaves you vulnerable, and melee attacks are used defensively to buy time when an enemy gets too close. Torches and axes can also be picked up from fallen foes and offer graphic one-hit kills. When an enemy is finally brought down, their body can be torched with matches to ensure they don't rise from the dead. Managing resources is critical for the duration of the game, which helps keep things tense. A wasted shot can sometimes feel worse than taking a knife to the chest. Combat is visceral and graphic. There are 5 main weapon types, including shotguns, sniper rifles, and grenades, with a few surprise pickups near the end. The revolver is perfect for dealing with lesser enemies capable of blowing their heads apart with a few well-aimed shots. Shooting their leg can knock them down, creating an opportunity to burn their body with a match. If timed correctly, the corpse's flames can set other enemies on fire, a tactic that adds another layer of strategy to the tense enemy encounters. The most distinct and important weapon, however, is the Agony Crossbow, which uses a variety of bolts that can stun, blind, explode, and even freeze enemies. The freeze bolts are especially satisfying as groups of enemies shatter into pieces. Bolts can also be shot onto surfaces to create dynamic traps and give you a tactical edge in combat by securing different entry points. The variety of options ensures a thoughtful approach to combat depending on each situation. Despite so many ways to dispatch your enemies, open combat should be avoided whenever possible. Playing stealthy can vastly improve your odds of survival. Bottles can be thrown to distract enemies, and successfully sneaking up on most foes is rewarded with a gruesome instant kill. If discovered, Sebastian can hide in a number of locations, including closets, behind curtains, and under tables to avoid detection.
How many of these things are there?
Rather than gold, dollars, or pesetas, the Evil Within uses brain gel as currency, with stashes found throughout the environment and collected from the corpses of defeated enemies. By returning to a peculiar hub zone watched over by an enigmatic nurse, you can use the gel to upgrade health, melee damage, and individual weapon stats, such as fire rate, reload speed, and damage. Since these upgrades feel significant and empowering, you may find yourself weighing the risks of grabbing dangerously placed canisters. Additionally, the hub contains lockers that can be opened with hidden keys, providing you with much-needed supplies you can snag in dire circumstances or save for later. Finding these safe havens offers a brief respite from the constant tension and are the only place you can save your progress. Ink ribbons are not required. Every enemy encounter gives a sense that it's possible to overcome overwhelming odds. The majority of monsters are flesh and blood, implying that with enough force they can be brought down, but that same vulnerability applies to Sebastian. Being able to fight back is exhilarating, but not always the best course of action. New and unusual monsters periodically make shocking appearances, each with varying weaknesses, but fighting these disturbing foes is always a chilling endeavor. Along with foul creatures, Sebastian must also contend with a wide array of traps in the form of tripwires, alarms, landmines, and the like. Disarming these can provide valuable parts to craft agony bolts, but takes precious time and leaves you at risk. Get it wrong, and a trigger device can cause severe damage and alert nearby enemies. The environments are richly detailed and immersive, with a classic aesthetic evocative of Mikami's previous works. Stark lighting, creeping fog, and dilapidated interiors convey a tone of fear and saturate your senses in terrible nightmares. The cinematic aspect ratio and limited HUD help showcase the striking visuals and disturbing monsters that inhabit them. Completing the 15-hour journey unlocks New Game Plus to further increase Sebastian's skills, increase difficulty settings that include a one-hit death, and special weapons not seen in the campaign.
So many new admissions, and not a single discharge.
The Evil Within is a survival horror masterpiece. Anyone concerned this is just another action game soaked in blood needn't worry. Tense pacing, stunning atmosphere, and terrifying enemy encounters come together to create a journey you may never forget.
Prepare for combat.
There's a sense of reverence in Halo the Master Chief Collection that's undeniable. What could have been just another quick collection slapped on a disc is instead a significant update. Some of the additions are minor and some drastic, but regardless, the 4 included games are stronger than before. If you own an Xbox One, there's simply too much here to pass up.
We regret being alien bastards. We regret coming to Earth.
The most universal update is the increase in resolution and jump to 60 frames per second. While Halo has always been smooth, each game now has even more fluidity. Once you see it, it's almost impossible to go back. The new resolution and frame rate also re-energized the competitive multiplayer.
Bravo team, this is Johnson. We got it. Fall back to the extraction point. Over.
There are other visual improvements as well. The new lighting in Halo 3 is particularly evident during the mission Sierra 117. The way sunlight streams through the trees makes the African jungle feel more natural than ever. The crown jewel of the package, though, is Halo 2 Anniversary.
Calling for help.
Much like the treatment given to Halo Combat Evolved 3 years ago, Halo 2 Anniversary is a complete overhaul. It features a brand new look, sound effects, and soundtrack. As with the first remastered game, players can switch between the new and original graphics with the push of a button. What's different is that there's no longer a fade to black during the switch. It happens instantaneously. We found ourselves constantly changing back and forth to see how every little detail had been revamped. The sound effects are equally impressive. It's startling to fire a submachine gun at Anniversary only to jump back to the past to hear how weak the old submachine gun sounds in comparison. While Halo 2 has always had excellent music, the redone songs swell with newfound energy, making the campaign more urgent and exciting. Anniversary does suffer from some technical issues. Throughout the Halo 2 campaign, we encountered enemies that refused to fire their weapons, as well as the occasional frame rate dip. Thankfully, these issues only happened 3 or 4 times and didn't occur while playing the other games.
It blew right through us.
Other huge changes include completely new cinematics by Blur Studio. The level of detail present is unmatched and clearly shows why Blur has developed such a positive reputation. Most significant, though, is that these cinematics reinforce or reinterpret characters in meaningful ways. Sergeant Johnson is livelier than ever, and it's hard not to smile when he shows up with a giant-lit cigar in his mouth. Miranda Keyes has a sterner, battle-hardened face more befitting of her character. The new Gravemind is the most dramatic improvement, however. Old Gravemind looked like it belonged in Little Shop of Horrors, but here, the tentacled nightmare rightly resembles a Flood Overlord. He's a grotesque, toothy monstrosity that finally feels menacing. Nothing is more important in the Master Chief Collection than its preservation and enhancement of each game's multiplayer. All 4 games play exactly as they did during release, meaning the wonderfully overpowered pistol is only in the original Halo, while sprinting is solely relegated to Halo 4. Having every single map and every single gameplay mode from the 4 main games provides a staggering amount of variety. Duking it out in Blood Gulch and Halo Combat Evolved, then immediately hopping over to the Pit in Halo 3 is a revelatory experience. It's Halo multiplayer without limits, simultaneously nostalgic and liberating for those that grew up with such a monumental series. But its worth extends beyond diversity. The Master Chief Collection matters as a historical piece as well. For the very first time, Halo 1 multiplayer is playable over Xbox Live, complete with maps previously only on PC and Mac. Plus, this collection is the only official way to play Halo 2 online on a home console. As if that weren't enough, the Master Chief Collection contains 6 remade Halo 2 maps. Besides the sharp visual improvements to each map, there are gameplay tweaks like additional windows that offer useful vantage points for sniping. Forge also returns for Halo 3 and 4, as well as new support for Halo 2, giving multiplayer even more life. Yet none of this would matter if Halo felt outdated or lacking when compared to contemporaries. The Master Chief Collection proves that, at its best, nothing is quite like Halo. No game can capture the sheer bliss of landing a fully charged shot from a Spartan laser, or the absolute chaos of playing with nothing but rocket launchers on a tiny map like Midship. Whereas other multiplayer shooters focus on speed or the cooperation of various classes, Halo's insistence on power weapons, map awareness, and creative vehicles lends it a distinct identity that remains captivating. If you need a reminder of why you spent all that time mastering the art of the battle rifle years ago, the Master Chief Collection provides ample justification. The most novel ideas come in the form of playlists, which are either isolated to one game or span across multiple games. Playlists include missions with specific themes, such as daring escapes or focus on vehicle combat. It's an interesting take on the campaigns that's made even better if completed with a friend via online or split-screen co-op. Just be aware that the frame rate gets chopped in half during split-screen multiplayer. A disappointing but expected
Smells
compromise.
like victory.
One minor annoyance with the Master Chief Collection involves new terminals scattered throughout the Halo 2 campaign, which offer further insight into the lore of the series. While a welcome addition, they kick you out of the game and open the separate Halo channel app to watch a short video. Although you can immediately resume where you left off after the video ends, it's nonetheless a jarring transition that takes you out of the moment.
Here we go now.
Yet it's hard to get hung up on slight missteps when the Master Chief Collection is already so generous. It's a grand celebration and a potent reminder of why the Green Spartan rose to a level of prominence that few can match. Many HD collections or remasters are often pleasant trips down memory lane, but this feels like more than that. It's a gripping reintroduction into all things Halo, and something that will likely be enjoyed for years to come.
Thanks for the assist.
You must be one of the new settlers. Welcome to Gilded Vale. You'll be pleased to know that we've had some recent vacancies here.
Evoking nostalgia is a tricky business. There can be a kind of hollowness to it. A thing can look and sound the part while missing all of the intangibles, the components that can't be described but are felt and understood so completely.
A crumbling castle, abandoned to memories, and an old man who can no longer tell them from reality. I'd say we've seen some rather strange things.
Pillars of Eternity is not like that. Despite being an exceedingly literal reincarnation of Infinity Engine classics, the game is more than a mere imitation. It understands that elements like dwarves, magic missiles, and dialogue trees are only incidental, appreciable decorations to a much warmer center. Pillars creates a vibrant, intricate, and fantastical world, and then finds 100 different ways to let you get lost in it. Part of what makes the game successful is that it never loses sight of the journey. Like any other RPG, you'll acquire plenty of powerful gear as you search every corpse, crevice, and crate. Yet the difference is that getting more stuff isn't the point, and only an ancillary benefit. Your journal provides adequate summaries of all the various objectives, but rarely hints at a reward because it doesn't need to. It feels like every single quest is meaningful because of how elaborate and well-written it all is. In the capital city of Defiance Bay, you may stumble into a tavern and find a woman with a black eye spinning a ring on a wooden table. What begins as a simple quest to return the ring to her abusive husband becomes a far more insidious tale of deception. Such storylines are in abundance, and all of them are given as much attention, if not more, than the main narrative.
Listen!
2 tolls. Let that be the last.
3. Gods have mercy.
None of it falls victim to high fantasy cliches. The world has so much rich detail and history that it takes dozens of hours to get a grip on everything. Pillars takes a keen interest in the soul and toys around with the concept in several interesting ways. The character you play is a watcher, someone who can commune with disembodied souls, which allows the player to see multiple sides of a story. A murder mystery takes a different tone when you can actually talk to the deceased. A past war seems much more convoluted when you hear motivations from dead soldiers on both sides.
I thought, maybe this old watcher would know how my brother died, so I could see if it was true. Like he could, I don't know, read it in my soul or something.
It's a sort of spiritualism that hasn't really been present since Planescape Torment, but none of it feels like a retread. Whereas Planescape is a game about personal identity, Pillars has a more outward focus. Your character is often little more than a vessel that collects the stories of others, embroiling himself or herself in so many different facets of the world.
It's good to be on the road again.
Party members aren't heavily focused on unless you actively pursue conversations with them. Although no one is as immediately charming as, say, Minsk from Baldur's Gate, on the whole the characters are incredibly likable, if you take the time to get to know them.
That should be far enough. But what now?
We look for another way out. Storm has to die sometime.
Sagani, a female dwarf, is from a small island village and is looking for the reincarnated spirit of a former tribe leader. Her story feels sparse initially, but after several conversations, you'll understand the deep connection she has with her people, her commitment to duty, and how much she misses her family. Yet those who rarely engage with her will likely have a much different opinion. The same is true for all of Pillars of Eternity. It's dense, meant to be taken slow, and best approached without the checklist mentality that works in most games. Instead, you need to sink into it, tuning yourself to its very deliberate pace. Such an effort is duly rewarded. Every path, doorway, or chance encounter is just another opportunity for a new adventure.
I just want to find her. Surely even you can understand that.
If storytelling is the primary draw, combat admirably plays the supporting role. Rarely can you just turn your mind off and mindlessly swing away. The slightest bit of carelessness will often result in swift death, even on the lower difficulty settings. Every room must be approached cautiously. Players will frequently have to pause fights in order to reposition, select new abilities, and tend to wounds. While some may view the constant micromanagement as tedious, victory tends to be the result of the smallest decisions.
Stand still.
Other touches keep quests tense for their duration. You can only fully heal by resting, which requires camping supplies or a visit to the inn. Supplies are limited and inns are few and far between, meaning each rest can't be taken lightly. New levels come relatively infrequently as well, so so how you choose to build a character makes all the difference. There's also the Stronghold, which once acquired can be upgraded for a variety of benefits. Building the training grounds increases your group's strength, for instance. None of these bonuses feel vital, but the Stronghold does an effective job of serving as a very tangible mark of progression. It's great seeing your dusty keep very slowly transform into a formidable fortress.
Those hooded fiends are nigh to be trusted!
Yet a few prevalent issues can make things more awkward than necessary. Chief among them is the pathfinding, which is regularly dreadful. Numerous times characters failed to reach desired positions in combat because they tried running through people instead of simply going around, leading to annoying instances where you have to stop and correct them.
I've asked around, but nobody in this mud hole has any concerns beyond their swine.
Another issue is that voice work is inconsistent. When dialogue is voiced, it's often well done. Unfortunately, it's also very sporadic. Few things are as jarring as when a character has no problem speaking at the beginning and end of a conversation, but is weirdly absent in the middle.
Perhaps you should leave and check the wilds.
These are small grievances with what is ultimately one of the best games to bear the Obsidian name, which isn't said lightly. Like so many RPGs, Pillars of Eternity is immense with an abundance of things to do. But unlike so many RPGs, it manages to fill its many spaces with craft and care. The towns aren't just towns, the dungeons aren't just dungeons, and the characters aren't just an assembly of stats. Everything takes on a very believable form, transporting players to truly fascinating places.
That's funny. That's probably the first thing I got my hopes up for in, I don't know, years.
Kirby never shies away from experimentation. The Pink Puff stars in a pinball game, puzzle game, and even an accelerometer game for the Game Boy Color. One of the most successful offshoots is Canvas Curse for the Nintendo DS, which smartly uses the touchscreen by guiding Kirby through hazardous courses with drawn rainbow lines. After nearly 10 years, Nintendo returns to the concept with Kirby and the Rainbow Curse. While it's not an entirely successful follow-up, it's nonetheless a delightful and lighthearted journey that's easy to enjoy. For the first time in the series, Rainbow Curse utilizes a claymation style that works so well, it's a wonder it hasn't been used before. The general aesthetic of Kirby is even more lovable when it's all turned to clay. The handcrafted feel lends the game childish warmth, making it hard to get upset even when you die. Plus, Rainbow Curse never turns the look into a gimmick. There are small touches here and there, such as Kirby flattening out when he falls from a great height, or enemies forming out of clay in the background, but it's never overdone. These things only add to the charm, instead of getting in the way. Unfortunately, it's difficult to fully appreciate the style since the touch controls have you staring at the low-res gamepad. There's so much going on the vast majority of the time that it's hard to even glance up at the television. The few times you can, it's obvious how much better the game looks when realized in high definition.
Please don't lose.
The diverse levels are
Way
easy
too
to
much
admire,
money on
however.
you.
Right until the very end, Rainbow Curse throws in plenty of surprises. Expect to work your way up a giant tree, bounce around on the clouds, and even deal with two Kirbys at once. While each stage is strong, the best moments come from the various transformations. At specific points, Kirby will turn into a tank, submarine, or rocket ship. Each transformation has unique controls that completely change the feel of the game, such as using drawn lines to control the trajectory of the rocket, or tapping to launch cannonballs, while Tank Kirby moves independently. One of the best aspects of Rainbow Curse is that anything seems possible, and the game repeatedly reinforces that belief. Considering how wildly creative the stages are, it's disappointing that the boss fights feel stretched thin. The initial clashes against the first 3 bosses are well crafted, forcing you to think carefully and move quickly. The problem is, instead of providing new battles, Rainbow Curse repurposes these 3 bosses in the second half of the game. While there are twists, conquering a slightly more difficult version of something you defeated earlier isn't that fulfilling. As a result, the later worlds, except for the final one, each end on a sour note. The other issue Rainbow Curse consistently suffers from is that the controls aren't always as precise as they could be. Drawing platforms for Kirby to roll along is simple and intuitive enough, but attacking enemies can get a bit hairy. To attack, you have to tap Kirby, causing him to dash forward encircled in blue sparks. Because you constantly have to draw platforms underneath Kirby in tight corridors, it's easy to accidentally tap him instead, leading to death or unnecessary damage. Thankfully, Rainbow Curse is awfully generous when it comes to dishing out extra lives, making this a minor annoyance rather than a significant roadblock. There's also an option to skip levels if you're truly stuck, but we never needed it. An initial playthrough of Rainbow Curse should last around 8 hours, but there are plenty of secrets and other features that keep you around. Each stage has an assortment of figurines hidden throughout, and you usually have to solve a puzzle or perform an acrobatic feat to obtain them. Some of the figurines are relatively easy to snag, while others are deviously placed. It's a fine balance between rewarding you the first time through and leaving enough room to encourage repeated attempts. The drive to dive back in would be lessened if the figures weren't so lovingly detailed. Like any good toy, they're simply fun to look at, and each has a humorous description attached. Whoever was responsible for localizing the descriptions rightfully enjoyed themselves. In addition to the figurines, every level has a secret diary that can be earned at the end of the stage. The diaries contain crayon-drawn animated stories that fill in the narrative, and somehow manage to make the game even more adorable than it already is. Challenge mode and multiplayer round things out with varying levels of success. Completing stages unlocks new challenges that consist of 4 rooms where players must snag a treasure chest as quickly as possible. These challenges condense Rainbow Curse to its core, leading to short bursts of enjoyment, but we ended up growing tired of them pretty quickly, missing the wider, more open levels of story mode. Even so, it's appreciated that there's something to chip away at after completing the game and gathering all the collectibles. Multiplayer, on the other hand, feels rather tacked on. 3 other players can jump in as different colored Waddle Dees, each carrying a wooden spear. The additional players are especially useful during boss fights, where they can just run up and hit things instead of worrying about creating lines. Yet because so much of the game is built around the draw mechanic, there are entire levels where the Waddle Dees can't do much of anything since they don't create lines themselves, leading to instances where your friends might just end up bored. It may not be Kirby's most triumphant outing, but Rainbow Curse is still an entertaining ride. The abundance of ideas and charming look trump the few but severe shortcomings. Once again, Kirby does something a little different, and we're certainly glad he did. Given the woeful performance of the Wii U to date, Nintendo's struggling console can use all the help it can get. Quality releases are few and far between, with third-party supporters dropping like flies, so it's up to the big end to deliver some much-needed relief. First up to the batter's box in 2014 is Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze, the follow-up to the hit 2010 title for the Wii. At first glance, Tropical Freeze looks like an HD update to the original game. While much of the game will seem familiar to veterans, DK and his companions have learned a few new tricks in order to take on a new menace, a legion of anthropomorphic invaders with a Viking-esque flair that wreak havoc on Donkey Kong Island by putting the once tropical climate into a deep freeze. Donkey Kong and Diddy Kong increase their primate power with the addition of Dixie and Cranky, giving some much-needed variety. Bouncing around on Cranky's cane like a pogo stick and gliding through the air courtesy of Dixie's helicopter hair provides more flexibility in how you tackle certain levels. You want to employ these character-specific talents not only to reach the finish line unscathed, but to uncover numerous hidden puzzle pieces, Kong letters, and other secrets like hidden exits that will keep you coming back after your initial playthrough. Like its predecessor, Tropical Freeze doesn't take long to introduce some real challenges. Reaching the end of certain levels in one piece can be a tall order, and trying to make it out alive while locating and snagging all the hard-to-reach secrets will truly test your skill as well as your patience. If you thought the platforming boss battles or the hair-pulling rocket barrel sequences of the original were tough, you're in for a rude awakening. Nintendo has also kicked the optional Super Guide functionality to the curb, but there are a few helpful items you can purchase in various shops. Coins are easy to find, and you can cash them in for extra hearts or beneficial effects like temporary invincibility. These small boosts will help you along, but it's still up to you to make it to the goal. As challenging as the game is, it's never unfair. It's rare to come across a game that has you screaming profanities at the screen one moment in a fit of rage, and then jumping for joy the next as you finally succeed. Tropical Freeze just about nails it, and with a wide range of improved controller options that let you tweak your button layout, there's nobody to blame for your shortcomings other than yourself. Unless, of course, a second player has joined you for the fun, but potentially frustrating cooperative play. If you manage to make it through once without losing your sanity, Tropical Freeze provides plenty of extras to come back for seconds. Obtaining every last collectible takes some serious dedication, but the rewards for accomplishing this are more than satisfying, even if Nintendo won't let us spill the beans on the specifics just yet. However, there are a few basic bonuses you'll unlock naturally as you progress throughout the game, like tunes from the game's soundtrack. Tropical Freeze also offers a fix for those with a need for speed. The time attack mode returns, allowing you to race through each individual level for the best time possible. Earning any medal, even a bronze, requires a solid mastery of the game's mechanics, memorization of each level's layout, and a bit of creative thinking. It might seem like a daunting task at first, but this time around Nintendo added a brilliant new feature to keep things interesting. You can upload your best performance to an online leaderboard community to compare with other players, and the ability to watch replay videos of the best times is a brilliant feature. This allows players to gain insight into the paths and tactics the top achievers use to get the best time, which helps foster a healthy competitive component, as well as giving those struggling to earn a gold medal a visual guide to success. We spent several hours vying for the top honors on the game's first level alone. This mode could be an addicting side attraction for competitive players. Given the amount of precision needed, it's a good thing the game runs at a smooth 60 FPS. It doesn't hurt that the levels are also gorgeous, even if they're not technically pushing any limits. There appears to be a price for this level of fidelity, though, as Tropical Freeze suffers from some rather lengthy loading times. On the flip side, the soundtrack puts an energetic new spin on several classic tunes. Memories of the original Donkey Kong Country will come rushing back after hearing the stellar rendition of the soothing aquatic ambiance that plays during underwater segments. The evolution of Tropical Freeze from its predecessor isn't quite a giant leap for ape kind, but it's a step in the right direction. It doesn't just maintain the status quo as a challenging platformer, but mixes in just enough new elements to prevent it from being just another rehash of the previous game. You'd be bananas to pass up the chance to add Tropical Freeze to your Wii U hoard.
Up you go, Max. I'll tell you how to save the brother. Huh?
Max, The Curse of Brotherhood feels like an iOS game that wound up on a console without the proper adjustments. Using his magic marker, Max must draw a variety of shapes which turn into objects for puzzle solving, but the right analog stick makes for a cumbersome tool. When you're being chased by a monster trying to escape rising lava, you'll frantically fumble to approximate a shape within the time limit. It's the frustrating control scheme that's the real curse.
All I have is this old magic marker.
Using specific colored nodes on the screen, Max's marker can utilize a variety of powers. An orange node raises a pillar of earth for a platform. A dark green one conjures a branch used for holding down switches, among other things. And a blue node creates a stream of water which Max can use to propel himself to a desired location.
Quit it!
But again, the Xbox One controller simply doesn't provide the necessary precision for using the powers. This is particularly true when you need to draw more obtuse things, such as creating a branch in the shape of an S to climb up. Max has limited mobility and a rigid jump, which means there's little to compensate for the drawing controls. Thankfully, checkpoints are exceptionally generous, and Max tends to revive at a point a few seconds before death. While helpful, the gracious checkpoints do little to fix constant annoyances that cause failure to feel like it isn't entirely your fault.
Oh no!
The worst of these issues is how power nodes can blend into the environment, making them difficult to see. An orange node is almost indistinguishable when placed in a sea of lava. This is especially maddening when you're being chased down by something and can't see the correct color before getting crushed.
Still think your brother will save you?
There are times when everything comes together. In fact, when the Curse of Brotherhood lets you deduce solutions at your leisure, it's generally enjoyable since you have enough time to work around the controls. Puzzle design is consistently clever, and puzzles are built on in such a way that every level provides surprises. Yet for every creative puzzle, an annoying action scene isn't too far behind, making any of the highs short-lived. At least the game looks good, and each chapter feels distinct. There's a white desert, lush green forest, and dark castle, all of which capitalize on the appealing clay-like look of the game. Technical issues do tarnish things a bit with choppy cutscenes, and occasional glitches like inexplicably falling through the geometry. So many moments in the Curse of Brotherhood are hampered by a sense that a square peg is being shoved into a round hole. All of its great ideas are dwarfed by the fact that it doesn't feel good to play. The game tries to invoke a sense of creation, but it's more akin to fumbling in the dark.
Please. Please say something.
Diana.
Listen.
You're on my hand.
Help wanted. Hardscrabble space engineer wanted for contract work on ice planet Eden 3. Must be able to operate a utility rig, fix just about anything with the press of a button, and fight off an unending torrent of enraged aliens. Side jobs are available and payments will be converted into T-Energy. Qualified applicants should send a resume and photo of their impressive beard to the evil Nevik Corporation.
We're leaving no angle unexplored.
Very good. Science is always best, without boundaries.
The first thing you should do before playing Lost Planet 3 is forget everything you know about the series. If you haven't played the first two games, that's all the better. This entry is a prequel, and the terraforming of previous games hasn't happened yet, so Eden 3 is enveloped in ice and snow. Gone are the heavily armed vital suits, which have been replaced with unarmed utility rigs designed for mining and repair work. The despised T-Energy timer mechanic is also absent, so you'll be able to battle aliens without having to worry about spontaneous death.
God damn, it's cold.
The next realization required for Lost Planet 3 is that it's very much a story-focused game. At the start, you'll get an upgradable rig, learn how to harvest resources, and start picking up various missions. It may seem to be an open-world resource collection exercise at first, but the game is instead built around the story. As soon as you've completed a core mission, the game neatly hands you off to whoever's in charge of the next one. There are only a handful of side missions, and many of them are familiar quests to kill X number of Y aliens, but they all fit neatly into the world and setting.
Want to help? There's an acrid nest just round the bend.
It's an interconnected space you can learn your way around, but the world of Eden 3 often feels less like a planet than a movie set, with conveniently placed broken machines for you to fix and an endless supply of hostile life forms to kill. There are several different large areas branching off from a central hub, and your missions will regularly send you back to the same familiar place with the same old aliens hanging around. Meanwhile, the stores back at base that sell upgrades and weapons have a limited inventory that slowly increases as you complete new missions. It's put together in an interesting way, but the artificial feel is just a little too obvious. Most of the gameplay is combat-oriented. Weapons are, for the most part, the standard rifle, pistol, and shotgun. Enemies come in 3 sizes: small, which are mostly cannon fodder; medium, which are a nice challenge without being too difficult; and extra large boss fights. Although the bosses feel both colossal and challenging, it can feel downright preposterous to take on a giant alien crab with only a shotgun and hunting rifle. It's impossible to keep enemies from rushing you, so even though your useful dodge lets you escape just about any attack, all the rolling eventually starts to feel kind of silly and repetitive. Rather than fight on foot, you're sometimes able to use your giant mech to take on larger enemies, but controls feel sluggish, and your view is often blocked by the close-up action. Many enemies can only be damaged in very specific ways, which at times makes these fights feel like an advanced form of a QuickTime event as you respond to on-screen prompts with button presses. When given the opportunity, you may find yourself bailing out of your rig to fight on foot, but the fact that you use your utility rig for repairs, combat, and simply getting around the hostile environment makes it feel like a crucial part of your job.
Okay, since you asked, here's why my face doesn't freeze.
Jim Payton may kill a lot of aliens, but he's really just an engineer who signed up for contract work on a small mining base. He's only really interested in getting his job done and sending his paycheck home to his earthbound wife and child. The guy is incredibly likable, and the video messages between Jim and his wife are so ordinary, they're touching, actually making the characters feel like real people. The entire cast in general shows surprising humanity and unexpected development. Some moments are awkward, but in general, Lost Planet 3 gets the characters, especially Jim, absolutely right.
I'm fine. I just found myself off the grid for a spell. Nothing I'd planned on.
The characters are great, but the drama around them couldn't be more ordinary. If you were to take a wild guess at the story, you'd probably be right. The corporation Jim works for is evil, and they have some secrets to hide. It's tempting to follow Jim's example, keep your head down, do your job, collect your pay, and write the story off as nothing more than office politics. Of course, in this case, office politics means fighting aliens and saving the mining colony on a daily basis. So there's more than enough to keep you occupied without your coworkers' melodrama. The story eventually picks up its pace well enough to drive you toward the conclusion, but it's not incredibly special.
My father believed you had to confess your sins if you want to be forgiven.
Multiplayer is almost a completely different game. In many ways, it's a standard third-person shooter experience, but there are a few surprises that make it worthwhile to explore. The progression system allows you to customize your character, but instead of tying you to one class or battlefield role, you can upgrade your character however you see fit. The upgrade tree is a sphere, and selecting upgrades in just one direction will get you the equivalent of a support class or a sniper, while selecting upgrades from all around results in a more versatile, all-around character. There are the standard 5 versus 5 team deathmatch and control point games, but there are a few new variations on standard game types that are worth playing. There's a capture the flag game where the flag is an enraged monster. You have to fight the beast and the other team at the same time, or you can work with the other team to take it down and then fight over the corpse. Acrid survival mode is another fun one. 2 teams of 3 fight off hordes of aliens and then battle each other for control of a center point. Vital suits, miniature mechs armed with chain guns and rockets, make an appearance on some maps. They seem to be well balanced, offering improved firepower and a chance to get a leg up on the other team without completely dominating the game. Lost Planet 3's multiplayer isn't groundbreaking, but solid gameplay and clever variations on match types should give it some real lasting appeal. Lost Planet 3 isn't a particularly handsome or graceful action game, but beneath the somewhat dull surface, the characters and the multiplayer progression are outstanding. It's true that a lot of the game feels standard issue. Nothing's really broken, but there's certainly a bit of awkwardness. In the end, playing Lost Planet 3 is very much like taking a job on a remote ice planet. Most of the work is pretty ordinary, but there are enough bright spots and interesting people to make it a job worth taking.
Yes, sir. Just point me to my rig.